Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. Welcome everybody in chat. Today we're going to be doing some more Insignia Dev, of course, and yeah, I'm feeling okay. Really terrible sleep this morning for some reason, just not feeling good. And then I went for a walk and just did what I needed to do. And I kind of just like my days right now working on this game are not controlled by me. Like I wake up, I sit at my desk, and then I put out fires until the next fire. Like I feel like I get maybe like this morning up until it's now 1:30 p.m. From 9 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. I got maybe 35 minutes to like be in game dev, which is crazy, but that's how it is. Big thank you to everybody who's here in chat. Big thank you to those of you on Twitch and on YouTube watching. Welcome. And a big thank you to River the Links for the most recent follow and Sneaky Pops for the most recent subscription. Thank you very much. All right. First cab off the rank today. Let's check out what we're doing. So this is good. We're doing some level design stuff. We're going to review some work by Ocelot. Man, so much stuff here. But do I even have the game open? I do. Cool. Can I push any changes that I've made? Hopefully. Hey, Castatatus. Upgrades level sequence you like to do the domain playable up to Crucible, and then this updates. Oh yeah, fixes. This is crazy. Patches. I should do this like separately actually. Let's unstage everything. And then just specifically stage that. And this patches state machine to repoint all states to the core that is playing them on set. That's actually a huge change that was a bug in the past. So I had this thing called state machine. State machine has a thing called set. Set has there's a version of the set function that checks this specific line of code. This line of code says, hey, if my state is a character state and it doesn't have a core, assign its core to this state machine. What that means is, like, if I have an elevator, this was the literal thing that I was building this for. If I have an elevator and the elevator has a state that Armin is going to play, like the elevator has an Armin animation in it that makes Armin like, do what it needs to do. Ooh, we're dropping some frames. We okay? I'll keep my eye on it. It looks like I've had a few frame drops, but we're okay right now. Sorry, pals. Okay, so like you got this elevator. The elevator tells Armin to like duck down when he's on it. Or you got a snake, and the snake makes Armin jump up into the air when he jumps on it. So the idea is that that state of Armin doing something that's owned by the snake doesn't have a core yet. Because it's like, well, I don't belong to anything because I'm not parented under its game object or anything like that. I'm not a child of it. And that's typically how I do that. But if I tell Armin from inside the snake script, hey Armin, go into this animation, Armin should be able to adopt that state, and the state should say, oh yeah, my core is Armin because Armin is playing me. That's what this was supposed to do. And before it was doing this, literally one character difference. The difference between this and this is that iCharacterState is it's an interface that all behavior states are they belong to, but characterState is a class. And so only some of the character states were taking advantage of this, and all the other ones I was doing something manually, which I forgot I even had this code. But I was doing something where I was like, oh, assign the core to each of the substates. For example, in the hedgehog engage has a subclass, I think. No, not hedgehog engage. Which one? Martin shield behavior, maybe? Has, shield engage, which is a subclass of shield behavior called character state. And this one probably would have been fine because it's a character state, but maybe this is actually, you know what? It doesn't matter. It's too complicated to explain. But for whatever reason, I found it today, and now it helps. I don't have to worry about that issue anymore. And the thing that it helps me do is make it so that the elevators now assign Armin animation to facilitate state, to facilitate better functionality with the geometry. What that means is now when Armin goes down an elevator, there's this thing that we have that has, it's kind of a little like, not even a coincidence, but just a little like nice to have thing that I've noticed with certain level geometry in the game. So here, this is like a space that Armin can't drop through. Yeah, he can't go down there. But if I have an elevator that doesn't really obey physics, the elevator can go down, and that makes it like a one-way door. So it means that you have to take the elevator down. You can't go down any other way. Likewise, we do that with the pulley levers. So it's basically like forcing Armin to interact with specific things to go through the geometry of the level in a way that's the way that we want him to. That's really key. One sec, pals. There we go. Yeah, it's really key that we have the capacity to do that, because it means that we can gate the way that the player interacts with the level, and we can do breaches in like level design for the sake of navigation, which is great. Okay. I don't need to do this or this or this. I'm just going to discard all this. And then that's been pushed. Yes. So, hey, Noah VR. Noah VR says, I love your pixel art videos. Quick question though. I don't know if you're in Unity, but I was wondering if there's an easy way to have a hitbox match perfectly my pixels animations. There is, but that way is a way that I designed and I developed for my game. And there's I don't know of any plugins that let you do it. There might be some, but the way that I do it is I have a custom animator, which is a very big workaround. So I literally have a special window that I created that lets me put the frames on the things with hitboxes. For this one job. So it's possible. You just have to build your own editor. There might be a better way to do it where you use, not a better, a more straightforward way to do it where you use the Unity animator to place collision boxes on the specific animation frames. That would be a way to do it if you didn't have RetroBox. I just don't. There would have to be other scripts that do the management stuff as well. There's a lot of little problems that you would have to solve that are not trivial if you want them to behave like a fighting game or a beat 'em up. Okay, so it's now 1:38. We've got 20 minutes. I'm gonna jump into a call with Small Ocelot, and we are going to just check out some level design stuff if Ocelot's around, if he wants. So, I don't need to do any of this. Just discard all that, and then we're going to go into fetch. You're here. All right. Let's jump in.
Hello.
One sec. Until 2. All right. I can't hear you just yet, but I'll raise the volume of the PC so I can hear you. Hello?
All right. How about now?
Yeah, I got you. Hey.
Cool.
Okay, let's jump into design and we'll have a look at where you're at. How's your day been?
Yeah, it's been all right. Just working away at this and just, taking note of things that, things that I discover that could be changed later on.
Yep.
Maybe it'll make more sense when we have a look at it, but
sure. Just loading it up.
Yeah.
1 sec.
Yeah, no worries. I didn't touch the bridge scene, the Orenstead Bridge.
Yeah.
That one looked mostly unfinished, and I wasn't sure if you wanted to fix that part with Leopold. And
that's something that I think you could. I'd be happy to have you have a play around with that. Actually, I can do it. It's kind of on my radar, but it doesn't need to be me.
Yeah, because I've left that one-way exit thing that I experimented with, so I haven't touched that. Yeah, because it seemed like the majority of the bottom half of that level isn't done yet.
That's right. Yeah. So where are you taking me? Where am I going?
So where is it? So from the
hang on. I might need to...
excavation.
Wait, I might need to reopen this.
Oh, that's all right. Oh, I was trying to figure out how to make the scene graph thumbnails smaller, because
you can't make them smaller.
Oh, you can't. But because you got the crucible, isn't that tiny compared to how big it's supposed to be?
It shouldn't be tiny.
That one?
That's a bug.
Okay. All right.
If I refresh it, it'll go big again. There you go. That's how big it's supposed to be.
All right. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So where do you want me?
So the one after the crucible, the hub.
Here? Yep.
It looks like it hasn't updated the thumbnail, but that should be it. So that one and the one after it, the excavation ship.
Okay. Sure.
Did that one update?
This one?
No, that's the old one.
Has it been pushed?
It should be.
I mean, unless it's somewhere else.
No, I just updated that one.
Did you? Maybe you need to hit save, or you can see it on your PC?
Yeah, and it's...
Are you sure you committed and pushed after the commit?
Yeah, the only option it's giving me is fetch origin. Like, it's there in the history.
Okay.
Added Martin level content for excavation and...
Oh, hang on a second. I'm in design. Oh, I need to fast forward.
Okay.
Might be.
Yep, that one.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah.
Cool. So you want me to have a run through?
Oh, yeah. You can run through this. You can ignore the optional side if you want. That's mostly the same. But it does. Like if you see up ahead, there'll be like a section that's the
cool.
exit for the Z side up there.
Z side is a cool name.
Yeah, it's like, you know, B side, but in the Z tab.
Mm. That might be unofficially what we call them.
Yeah. Yeah, just some easy puzzles and then to like a mini breach area, I guess, for the Martin area.
Okay, cool. I'll just turn the music down a little bit. Oh yeah, this would be like something.
Yeah, maybe like a health pickup or something, yeah. Oh yeah, and do you know about the bug with hitting the dandelion vine with Arise?
Hitting it with a rise. Oh,
Yeah.
no, I don't.
There's another one, right? Oh, you'll see. It's interesting, but definitely unintended.
Past here.
Oh yeah, but you won't have Arise anymore. Yeah, okay.
I can do this. Hang on.
You might need a feet.
It's
Yeah.
I'll just. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
that
fun.
one.
That's actually
Yeah.
weird because it's supposed to. That should actually work. Actually, no, it no, it shouldn't work. The yellow ability would do that. Okay, yeah, I'll have to fix that.
Yeah.
Cool. Should I go to the right or leave it?
Yeah, it's, I left the throne room the same, and the one above. I haven't done much on that one, yeah.
So this is a linear path. Like it picks up where we were going with it in the previous steps.
Yeah. So this will be like the preview.
Yep. Right.
And then it goes back down to to here. And then here we need some kind of, you know, one-way shortcut unlock, because if you drop down there,
Oh yeah. Yes.
lose all your progress.
I agree.
Yeah.
Man, I wish Scene Graph wasn't in such a weird state right now. We might even have to revert like the versions back until it stops doing this. Because there was a version some time ago where it didn't do this. I don't know what it is that's made it do this. Oh, okay, that door should be over there. Okay. Let's move these out of the way. Yeah. I mean, this is certainly feeling like, I feel like, I'm on board with it. I'd like to, it might be important for us to like sit down and just do a run through. I mean, I'm doing it now, but in the context
Yeah.
of the whole demo, like how does it feel after you get this? Does it feel like these levels are they like much wanted like chances to express the player's abilities, or are they dragging the pace of the story down? Like I don't really know how it's going to feel, so we'll have to see how it goes. But I'm
Yeah.
certainly
I
like
guess
enjoying them.
they're kind of areas that you're just meant to run through once, and then maybe until you come back to it towards the end of the game. But
There are ideas that I have here about having this here, having there be some way to get across this and then go through to the other side of the Athenium. Like maybe one of the there's like a room that's like part of the actual Athenium that you maybe can see when you're in here, but you can't get to ever, and you actually need an ability that you don't get until later. And when you cut across here, you end up in the Athenium, and then it exits out the other side, and you're like down here somewhere or something like that.
Yeah, I like the sound of that kind of stuff, like foreshadowing areas.
Yeah, it would be like a chapter 5. Maybe this is the way that Armin comes back through to home on his return journey, kind of thing. But yeah, that's cool. Okay, yeah. I mean, for sure. I think we're at the point now where like any content we put in the game is going to be like it's all made out of components that are like reasonably fun and interesting. So it's really just like polishing it and making it like tight, putting zone cameras in, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Cool.
And trying to mix up like mini puzzles and combat sections. And, we might need to talk about maybe redesigning the hub a bit, because it could get a bit awkward with how the Z side works on that one.
This going back up to
yeah.
here. Yeah, I mean, we could certainly... Oh, how does this work? Hang on.
So that's the exit.
But how does this door relate to this? Is that right?
That's supposed to be... Oh, I thought I fixed that. Yeah, it's supposed to be over there.
It might be that you've got your... Oh, no, there's the door. But that should be...
I did move the appearance by accident once, but then I fixed it. Maybe it didn't update the port location.
I'm not sure, but that's okay. As long as we both understand what's going on here.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we could probably... Maybe we don't need this extra bit, like this and this. Maybe we just do one of them. But... And then you were worried like that coming out of here would what create problems for pathing?
Oh, just that you might naturally just go down to the Z side at the start of the level without realizing. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, that's fine. The player can do what they like here, and even if they don't know, they're just exploring the space. Like, it's no big deal. Yeah, that's totally fine. Unless we want to put the entrance like here and the exit here or something like that, and put a pulley system here, and we put the key down here as well. So it's like you literally can't get to this unless you go through here and out there and get to the key. That might be a bit difficult, but
yeah, maybe. Like just stuff we can talk about as we explore it a bit.
Yeah, I think at this point, like this stuff is kind of like we could do it one way, we could do it another way. It's not going to make the game like it's all valid, as long as it's fun to do. There's no right answer.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, I agree. There should be something here. Maybe there's like some moving wall or something that we can do to just like a switchy flick, or it would have to be something mandatory. Like in order to get from here across the bridge, you have to do something that then makes it possible to go up and down between the two spaces.
Yeah, maybe something like the barricade that you have to attack, and it releases like a pulley that's stuck in the up position.
Yeah.
And then it just kind of releases it.
Well, we've got actual switch mechanisms in the game, so we can always just put a switch somewhere and a door in a way that has to move. And when the door moves, something else comes up and it just becomes a platform or something that's permanent.
Yeah, that sounds good too.
Yeah, because it can't be something they just break, because that kind of stuff respawns. Unless we make it like, anyway.
A flag. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. As if it feels like a permanent option, I feel like we should encourage. There should be like a difference between things you can just interact with, like enemies respawn and you attack them. Pots respawn, you can attack them. But like doors, usually there's like a cutscene or like an interaction action for changing their state, and that's permanent. So, I mean, we could do anything, but establishing a language where the player knows, like, oh, if I do this, I can come back here because I did something like that feels permanent.
Yeah, it's a permanent change. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I like that.
Cool. All right. Well, so you're feeling like right now, are you pretty much done tinkering with this stuff, do you feel?
Those two, yeah. I mean, I'm happy to do more, or I guess, and the bridge as well. I could work on.
I'm thinking like maybe a couple extra little B-sides out of the above ground. This kind of thing. Maybe even like potentially smaller than this even, that are just like one, like a door you can go in and you have to come out through the same door. Maybe like in this scene, like maybe something that's like down, I don't know, the bottom, or maybe in this space here, right in the middle.
Do you think
like here
they
maybe
require ensign abilities in those areas, or just
no, not necessarily. It could just be another feather.
Okay.
Or just like a chest, or maybe we have something. Maybe there's like something you can get if you don't have any abilities, and then something you can come back to later. Maybe that's something we do.
Oh yeah.
Like two things, just to create some breadcrumbs.
Yeah, maybe the feather would be needing an ability, because you might see the feather before you meet Pillow in that case.
Yeah, potentially.
All right. Yeah, something to think about.
Okay.
I can do that.
No worries. Yeah, let me know how you go with that, and happy to review it as you do it. So far, so good, though. These are all looking good.
All right, thanks.
Cool.
Will do.
Okay, thanks, Luca.
All right, I'll stay on for the... Well,
oh, yeah, if you
I'll
like. We got 5 minutes.
Stand up. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I'll let everyone know. Rufi Mugiwara says, what are those white squares in the background? They're just a placeholder for a background that I haven't drawn yet. It's just like cave stuff. NC says, Insignia when? When it's done. Moonsty says, game is making great progress. Thank you, Moonsty. Hey, Sarabati. Hey, Arikijin. Hey, we got Elias in the chat.
Hello.
How's it going?
Hello.
I'm doing well.
Good.
How about you all?
I think I'm doing well.
Doing okay?
Trying to make as much progress as possible. We've been doing a bit of I've been chatting with, I've got like 2 jobs right now. One job is like the game, and the other job is like directing the trailer. So at the moment we've cut down, what that was going to be was like a minute plus of animation. And just in terms of the timelines, like since I decided I was gonna head over to GDC and thinking about Steam page and wish lists and all of that stuff, it's felt like, because we're kind of going to have everything that we're going to need to have to promote the game will be done end of Feb, hopefully, that it would be good to drop a trailer for the Steam page and on the Steam page. And so I was thinking, like, what's the like least amount of animation that we need in order to do that? Because it's mostly going to be gameplay. And I decided like 3 shots is like plenty, you know, just like something at the beginning, something in the middle, and something towards the end of whatever gameplay footage. So that has been expedited to like 20th of Feb, which means we're doing like a lot of pre-production stuff on it now. Yeah, so that's where things are at.
Exciting.
Doing
Nice.
a lot of character references and stuff like that. There is a conversation, Elias, that we could have maybe later. I'm not sure yet whether or not the trailer should have any sound in it, like mixed in over the animated shots from the game, or if we do Foley for it, or if there's just nothing, if it's just the music track. I'm not sure. That might have to come later, but maybe when we're closer to that point, it would be worth just getting your opinion.
Yeah, for sure. We can talk about that closer to then.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Yeah, I kind of feel like if the music's doing enough, then we probably don't need game audio in it. But if it, because the game audio is so good, I might want to hear something mixed into the trailer, and then at that point, when there's game audio but no Foley on the 2D animation sequences, it's like, well, do we put something in there that matches the game, or do we do something original? I don't know. But of course, you haven't seen anything, so too early to talk about it.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing it, though.
Oh, it's so minimal. It's like 3 shots. It's like one opening kind of crawl, like pan of like the like a glade nearby Orenstead, and then one shot of Armin standing up by the bridge, looking down at Orenstead from up the top, heading into the Athenium, and then like one shot of Armin like slashing towards the camera into like the title drop. There was way more to it, but probably not worth it since we've got so much good footage now of the game, or at least we will. Hey Morgan,
Hey.
how's it going?
You good? Yeah.
Good. I wonder if Morgan P will be joining us today. I'll message. I haven't started watching Severance yet. We're watching a different show instead in the meantime.
What show?
We're watching, has anyone seen Singles Inferno?
No.
It's
What's
like
that?
it's on Netflix. It's a Korean kind of like dating show.
Oh, one of those.
Yeah, it's like a Love Island
Oh,
sort of
yeah.
situation. We like Korean trash reality TV.
Yeah.
It's the premise is they take like 5 boys, 5 girls. They're all single in their 20s and 30s, and they just sort of like drop them on this like island. It's not really like a Survivor style thing. They're not like fending for themselves or anything. It's just kind of like more of a setting where they're eating like staple foods when they're on this island that they call Inferno, and then like at specific points, usually every episode, there's like 1 or 2 opportunities for like if the circumstances are met, 2 or 3 people, 2 or 4, like 2 couples or so will go to paradise, which is like they'll go to like a hotel, and then at the hotel they can actually like talk about personal lives and how old they are and what they do for a living, but otherwise nobody knows.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, they kind of like, it's very strategic. It's like all the time when they're on Inferno, they're kind of just chatting and like trying to be, it's just social dynamic stuff. And then it's only like a couple of weeks long in terms of like the actual time that it gets filmed for over. But they spend like an hour and a half per episode, like on every single social interaction, like what people are like.
Wow.
Yeah. And by the back half, like I think it's like 14 episodes. The back 7 are usually like a bit end gamey, because it's like there might be one person who's being pursued by 3 or 4 and they can't choose who they like, and there might be a couple of people who just like buddy up and they're just happy to be boyfriend and girlfriend or whatever. But when it starts getting a bit like desperate towards the end, a lot of the opinions flip and people double back, and at the end they have to like I think it's the women who line up on the island in different places, and the men have to go visit the women that they like, and then the women choose one of each of the men, if there are any lined up, and they'd become like, I guess, a couple. I don't know. So I don't know. It's just a thing. I'm stalling for time. One more.
Yeah. I've got a couple of friends who love those Korean drama shows, but I haven't gotten around to watching any myself.
The only one I've seen is the one, I can't for the life of me remember what it's called, but it's like almost like a game show, and a guy comes on and there's all these different women with numbers and stuff, and then they talk about themselves. We get to ask them questions.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can't. It's a
Is
really
that in
common
like a
one. I
studio
can't
with like an
remember what it's
audience?
called.
It's like, Are You the One or something
Yeah,
like that?
yeah. Are You the One?
If You
That's
Are the One, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Well, these ones, Korea has like they have such a fun media culture where like every show is Gogglebox. So like,
Yeah.
there's a panel of people watching the show, commenting on the show while we're watching the show, and they don't actually know anything about the production either, but they're like the official hosts. So every like 20 minutes it'll cut away and people will have like a chat about like what's happening. Like,
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. There's always like a panel. It's an interesting format. Anyway, I feel like we've waited, so let's do stand up, shall we? So, I was just saying to the boys, I've been pretty busy doing trailer stuff. That's kind of like a whole separate production that thankfully Yamna is shielding me from the production side of it, but I'm still, as the director, doing like a lot of reference work and making decisions about stuff. So that's all coming together pretty well, but taking up a lot of my time. I have been doing contract stuff related to that. There's also, I didn't mention this. The game has been selected or like requested to be presented at like the Powerhouse Museum in Parramatta.
Oh, heck yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't remember when it is. I think it's next month or a couple months from now. I have to review that. So basically just like there's, I think, like a little exhibition they're putting on about like games made locally. And it'll be there for like...
This is different to the late gaming thing they used to do. Powerhouse Late or whatever it was.
No, this is different. This is called Alt.
Yeah, okay.
So this is because there's 2 Powerhouse museums now, I think, at least.
Oh, true. Yeah.
There's the one in Darling Harbour, and now there's a new one. I didn't think it had been opened yet, but there's one in Parramatta. So that's the one that it'll be at. So I've just been doing a bit of filling out forms for that, and we'll see how that goes. But I'm excited for it.
Well, that's cool. So they approached you.
Yeah.
Nice.
There was a post on the Facebook, the Sydney IGDA Facebook thing for people local, which I didn't realize was related, but they reached out to me and they also just asked people as well separately. So yeah. Other than that, I'm like, it's the 30th today. I have like today and tomorrow to get the game playable end to end at least. I think actually we're pretty close. There aren't that many blockades, though Elias and Luca have been helping me identify them. So I'm just powering through my to-do list whenever I get a chance, but that's just dependent on how many hours a day I can physically allot. So I'm feeling good though. That's me. What about you, Elias?
Yeah, at the beginning of the week, I'd kind of run through the game and compiled a list of all of the sound stuff that needs working on. And then Adam and I put those together into like varying levels of urgency. And I've just been slowly ticking those off.
Yep.
Nice.
That's me.
I enjoy your sounds. Like since
Thank
I've
you.
been updating,
Yeah.
like pulling from GitHub, and it's like, oh, the Martin have different sounds now. That's cool. Yeah, they're cute.
Yeah, I need to pull some of your level design soon and get it to go. I've seen video of it on the stream, and it looks like a lot of fun.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's an interesting process because I'm eager to help get the demo completed and adding content. But it's also kind of odd, like feeling like I don't have the authority to just add these levels. It's like, but
shouldn't feel that way.
but I don't mind if they get chopped and changed and cut down or whatever. I'm happy to just fill in the gaps wherever they are. Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely a what's the word? I am guilty of stewing on like locking in one arrangement of level designs for like a long time. Like some of this stuff, the I guess like bones of where things happen in the story and where something is relative to something else and how many scenes that occupies. It's like there are literally years where like nothing has changed. And then now it's like, oh, okay, we'll just throw in a door here and we'll make this go over there. And it does feel like sacrilege a little bit. But we need to be flexible, I think. Like at the end of the day, I want to be pragmatic that like what people are playing is the most viable thing, the most interesting thing that we could make. And as is the case, the more we work and the more things get polished in terms of like what the game is capable of, the easier it is to like change stuff up and have it still be just as valid as the stuff that took a year to do 2 years ago. So yeah, it is a bit funny, but you've actually you provide a lot of fresh thinking to the project, which is really valuable because I get stuck in a rut for sure.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, that's good. I'm happy to help in that area then. Just we have different ideas that come together and making something interesting in the level.
Definitely. Cool. How about you, Morgan?
So yesterday I pushed music implementation that you asked for with just kind of getting the sketches that we have so far into the relevant spots in the F-Modern Unity project.
Yep.
So I don't know whether that's been synced with the development yet, but that should be all there on the music branch.
Mm-hmm.
And I've also just posted an updated track for the Foothills in Figma, which I also pushed to Unity this late morning.
Awesome. Excited for it.
And yeah, I guess for me, I'm feeling like it could be a really good night now for us to chat about kind of the flow of things and starting to think in terms of that. But I mean, I don't know whether that's a conversation that needs to wait till after you've finished getting the playthrough happening so that we actually have a picture of what it is. But I also think it could be helpful to talk about while you're in the midst of that.
Yes,
To think about the pacing through a music lens, I think would be really helpful. So
definitely. Yeah,
yeah,
I'm
I'm keen for that chat.
yeah, for sure. I personally am like had like a mental shift recently where I was thinking earlier this month of, in terms of like I need to do this task and then I can involve everybody else. But I think that's just not how it's going to work. I think it's more just like there are opportunities for us to be more collaborative, and that's going to inform the stuff that I would otherwise think that I had to do first anyway. So yeah, definitely. There was actually something that came up last time I was speaking to Elias about beats in the game that where there's like an intersection or may require a bit of thought between music and sound effects. Like when you complete a quest or take on a new quest or complete a crafting sequence.
Yeah.
So we can also chat about that independently, either today or next week or whatever. I think it mostly comes down to stings, and just like whether that's like, whether it's like an orchestral thing or a chiptune thing or both or neither or whatever. Not neither. Has to have something. Okay.
Just silence.
Yeah, just silence. You completed a quest. Just contemplate on that. All right. Okay. Well, I'm actually, I am keen to keep the meetings rolling. So I think we've got Elias up first because you've got to probably get to bed soon. And then Morgan, you were saying you wanted to catch up earlier than 4. I'm happy to do that too, straight after.
Yeah, whenever you're ready would be good. So
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks everyone for joining me for stand up.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, was there anything else? I didn't want to jump. I should have waited. Did anyone have anything else they needed to share or say, or any concerns? Cool. Okay.
That's it.
Now I'll say thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, talk soon.
See ya.
Bye.
And Elias, I'll stay on with you.
All right.
Cool. So, do we need? My brain's context cannot switch fast enough. How are things going with you? Why don't you give me an update?
Pretty good. I'm pretty much mostly done with that, like the urgent category.
Oh yeah, already.
Yeah, I've left off the health upgrade sequence because I know you were talking about potentially a refactor there or like something.
Yeah, I mean, you can put it.
Some decision needing to be made.
Yeah. 1 second. I think I had a sound. Like, I think I know what the sound is. Like I've got it here. A sound that I have previously used. It's the integration that's a little bit needs a bit of work because I had basically the equivalent of hard coding it before, and then I moved on from the way that I was building sequences, and now unless I want to upgrade that sequence with one that has a timeline, I can't throw in an Fmod event, but it might be I'm just tossing up whether or not I should refactor the old system to include Fmod support or just nix it and go with a different, like just like some sort of triggered thing. It's because it's specifically essentially a cutscene that plays when you get one of these things, but cutscenes are localized in the game for the most part. So the idea of a cutscene that plays without any timeline or physical, it's not bound to anything physically in the scene. It doesn't talk to anyone or anything like that. It doesn't move any characters around. It just like sends a bunch of messages that Armin picks up. This is like the only time in the game that we have something like that, unless I do one for there's like a handful. There's like getting a max health upgrade, maybe starting and finishing a quest, No, they're not cutscenes. There's like a very limited number, maybe 2 or 3 in the whole game. So I just need to do integration stuff for that. But yeah, the sound itself, I mean, it's just I know what I want for it. It's just if I can perform it right now. Actually, I'll just...
Yeah, is that sound that you were talking about, that's full heal?
Full heal, yeah.
In the old...
That's basically
okay.
it. Yeah, you've probably heard it. It's like a... into like a full... I think it's like a 2 octave
little
jump.
bell at the end.
Yeah, with a bing. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's, that's a tried and true thing, and I wouldn't want to stray too far from it just because I like it so much. But you can always...
Yeah, I like it as well.
Yeah, you can give your thing to it. Yeah, there's something really nice and like textural about like the UX aspect of like a bar filling and then like pinging when it hits the top, and that little gives it like a little like startup. I don't know. There's just something about it.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, sorry, you had a list, and you've been going through the list. Is there? Oh yeah, it's on the complete side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are on the complete, and then there's other sounds that are going to be put into the timeline.
Yep.
For cutscenes.
Mm-hmm.
And then same for the parry sound. And
yep.
I mean, I can make one. I still need to make one.
Mm-hmm. That's all cool. That's all good.
But yeah, that's
with these integrations for the for these. I think, well, we could even try right now. I think it's possible for us to add Fmod events in the current way that they're set up. So if those events exist and you just want a way to play them, I mean, I can explore that literally right now.
Yeah, I was curious, like how, if I want to access the timeline for a cutscene.
Yeah. I'll show you that right now.
What's the architecture of that?
Yep. So, like I was saying, most of this stuff's localized in the scene. So most scenes now have this structure. There'll be a heading called sequences, like a game object. It doesn't really do anything. It's just there to help you find these. And then, like, if you click on the cutscene, there'll be basically a little tree, like a hierarchy underneath it of game objects that relate to that cutscene. And the convention that we've been going for, which is not the case everywhere, but the convention is, you have a playable director and a sequence player on the game object that is the cutscene. Sometimes it's in a game object under the cutscene, but it's not far from the top if it's not the exact top. Once you click that, if you have the timeline window open, you'll just see it, the timeline. There is a little bit more to how it works. Like, there's a collider, and that will, if it's an auto trigger thing, and the sequence is designed to be triggered on collision, it'll just play. You don't need to touch any of this stuff because this is just the dialogue. What you'll be looking for directly is just, oh god, my mouse. It's just a way to put your sound effects in the actual timeline. So,
okay, I see. Yeah, Fmod track.
Yeah, exactly. So if you go over here, there should be something called Fmod event track, and then you might literally just be able to. I think actually this requires a studio emitter, maybe. I don't know how. There's like a.
Doesn't look like. I think it requires a game object for it to like attach to spatially.
Oh, that's just the spatial thing. But maybe if you put nothing in
Yeah.
there, it'll just not spatialize it.
Because then when I create a, what's it called? Fmod event playable, which I'm assuming that opens up like the classic window to select an event. Let's see.
Yeah, Fmod event playable gives you on the right hand side of the inspector an event. So I guess you just pop the event in there where you want it to play. Yeah, and then it'll just, you can see the hold shows up if you double.
Oh, and it even plays in the editor. That's cool.
Does it really?
I can, yeah.
Oh, nice.
without
Great.
Play mode.
Cool. Well, that's all you need to do then.
Okay, tremendous.
Tremendous. So Yeah, I think in general, it's worth. I mean, I've been considering what the standard should be for when we place things directly in the timeline versus when we make things properties of objects that they call via script. In this case, things like the dog barking, I'm happy to just have it like sort of bark as it runs along a couple times. And then, yeah, like I guess wherever the content is authored in the timeline, then the sound can also be authored in the timeline. But like, for example, this Hugo shove or Armin fall down well, like that technically, you know, we could have put that on Armin's Retrobox animation here. Like we could have queued it in here if we really wanted to. It gets sort of same difference at that point. I mean, since it's only going to exist specifically in this scene, I really don't mind where you put it. But so let's go with timeline for now. But reflecting on some of these other examples, punch in the well, sound of Hugo throwing knife.
Yeah, because I think the dog barking, it is attached to the retro box, isn't it?
It has a couple of, well, because the animation then, when it sits and barks, yes, like anytime it's opening its mouth while sitting, we expect to hear it. But I had authored in these cutscenes, like even in like, I shouldn't call them this, Doggo cutscene and Doggo cutscene 2. In Doggo cutscene, I actually have the old integration here, and I just had the dog bark a couple of times while it was running, even though it's not like doing a bark animation, like it's just running with its mouth open. I just play the sound effect just to kind of to like cue the player up. Like it barks before it's on screen, and then it comes on screen, and then it barks a couple of times and goes into the tavern. So, you know, little things like that. Happy to just like pepper in as cutscene Foley almost, you know?
Yeah, and those ones are still using the old Unity audio system, right?
So you could literally just replace them.
I'll replace them.
Yeah, delete them. That's totally fine. Cool. So do you have any other questions around that?
No, that's all straightforward.
Cool. There is probably a question around like, I think these get saved in a timeline asset. So as long as I'm not touching the asset between when you're touching it, then we should be fine collision wise, as in like in Git. Because if I go to the director, they are their own assets in the project. So yeah, I guess I just shouldn't touch it if you're doing stuff to it. I'll try to remember that. Because I have been, maybe, I don't know if it's worth like setting up some kind of management where like we check them in and check them out or something. Let's just see what happens. You just, I'll let you have at least like, are you mostly doing Orenstead cutscenes for now?
Yeah. I think all of these are just in this scene.
Yeah, so let's do that. Let's just say anything that takes place up until the point where you reload in after Armin, like after the Maggie scene, that's free game for you. I won't touch them until after you've put sounds in.
Gotcha.
Cool. Okay. And then this conversation with Morgan RE stings. Maybe we'll hold that off a little longer if you're happy to chip away at what you've got, or how are you tracking, do you think?
I mean, I'm fine either way. I don't know where Morgan is at with her work. Like, is she ready to have that conversation? I don't want to hold it up.
No, I don't think. I think it's more. I might like to approach it with fresh eyes next week. I think.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's actually just me. It's just my cognitive overload of like, can I support this conversation today in my brain? I think
Yeah,
it's not a huge
understandable.
rush. If everyone's busy and they're doing stuff, like it can wait. So yeah, let's do it next sound team meeting. I might just
All right.
write it down somewhere. I've been meaning to do that, like have like agenda, like somewhere that we can collaboratively just stack stuff onto an agenda, and then when the meeting comes around, we're not going, what are we supposed to talk about today? I'll put it down here. Actually, I mean, I could do that literally right now. But cool. So I'll go ahead and do that in my own time. I guess that's it for me then. Otherwise, and you're all good.
Yep.
Cool. Okay. Well,
All
thanks,
right.
Elias.
I'll catch you.
Catch you
Catch you next time we
day.
meet. Thank you. You too.
See ya. Bye. So this is trailer audio, and then stings for upgrades, crafting quests. Oh man, my brain is I'm just flooring it. Magenta. All right, I'll just leave that over here for now. Whew. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break, and then I'm going to reach out to Morgan, and then we'll have a chat around music. I'll be right back. We're back. How we doing over in YouTube land? YouTube viewers, you having fun? Feeling good? Holla at me. Pixels Murphy, thank you so much for the resub on Twitch. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Feeling good? We're about to jump into some sound and music, some music review. So I'm jumping in now. Hey, Choosing Night. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hi. How's it going, Morgan?
Oh wait, sorry. One of my
Oh.
earphones is not connected. I
Oh.
have like a. Let me
What?
just try that again.
I'm in your left ear. Oh, Pixels. That's very kind. You feel good when I'm smiling? I should smile more if that's all it takes. Hello?
Oh yes, there we go.
There you are.
You got it.
Am I in both ears?
Yes, you are.
Good. Okay. Well, I should switch back over to... I should discard everything that I was just doing. And I should switch back over to development. And then pull in some of your changes, but maybe after this meeting. First, how about... Or should I play them in the game? What do you think I should do?
Well, maybe just use the video I recorded. I just recorded gameplay footage.
Let's do that. One sec. I'm gonna go find our music. There it is.
Also, I've been a bit.
Ooh,
I've been doing this.
look at this.
I don't know. I assume that you probably. Well, I don't know, but you probably have something like this already somewhere.
Mhm.
But I was just trying to map out because we have the big map.
Yeah.
With like the screenshot from
Yep.
from story graph, whatever it is.
Yep.
Which is really helpful in terms of contextualizing space, but it's not so helpful contextualizing story beats and events.
Yep.
So I've tried to capture both in this. There's definitely a lot of gaps. It's
Yeah.
a work in progress, but I thought it could be helpful. The purple stuff is like story beats, I guess, or things that happen, events, actions, and then the yellow is kind of thinking about the music, with the circles being stuff about transition points and how the music should transition. So, yeah, I just was kind of mapping things out to organize it in my brain.
I have tried many times and I've created many graphs like this. And I've still got them. I mean, they tend to be useful depending on the slice that I'm looking at, and only useful until I've moved on from that task, and then they no longer become useful because changes get made as a result of them, and then I have to rebuild them. So it's hard because, like, for example, already I could say, like, this is what you're trying to do is like create basically a spatial map where the story plays across. And if the game was like totally linear, which it mostly is, then this would be fine. If you were just looking at like the flow, like there's a point after. So we go down the well, we go to the crucible. After we meet the old man, we sort of come back, and then we interact with you go once, and then Armin basically gets teleported pretty much home where we have that chat with Maggie. So if we were talking about this like just in terms of linear timeline, then this Maggie by the Lake sequence would, I guess, happen after Old Man, which is why you've got it here. So if we're just looking at like chronological story, then yeah, I think this is not a bad approach.
Yeah. I mean, even like we can, we could put that there and just have arrows, but even just like, having an arrow that goes, okay, we go back there and then we go here or whatever,
Yep.
and being able to go, okay, what's the music transition going to be? Like fade out, or going to be silence, or like
yeah, it's fair.
that sort of.
Yeah, and I'm happy like
to stitch it all together.
yeah. I guess I'm hoping I don't come across as suggesting that this is not purposeful. This is really useful. So yeah, anything that helps anybody visualize anything is good, because it's actually really hard for me to keep a good handle on what the different team members understand the game to be, like the story, and like how, at what level of like detail you understand a certain thing versus what I would imagine versus what Elias sees. So it's it's very hard to kind of wrangle all of that. At the end of the day, what ships in the game is the Bible, but until that point, we can either try to all align and get as close as we can get, which is I guess all we can do, or wing it. But let's try to do this for now. All right. Yeah. Cool. Did you want me to? Is there anything specific about this that you needed me to guide you through or help sign off on, or anything about that?
I think it will be helpful when you finish the playthrough, because then I can literally just play through it.
Yeah.
Map it out for myself.
Yep.
Because there are a couple of gaps in. Because I think when I played through last, I think I got up to being down the well and kind of going, but then the Crucible stuff wasn't finished and all that. So I think like it's particularly into the Crucible and the flow from that back and into the lake and all that, I'm assuming isn't done yet.
No, it is now. You can pull that. That'll
Oh,
work.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
That was just yesterday, so I don't. It's fine if that hasn't come across yet. But yeah, for sure, it should work now. But even in doing that, I did have a thought of like, oh, like that, like where exactly? How do we get back to home? Like, because I could just let the player run home, but I've been thinking a lot about pacing. It's like, well, if they're just going to backtrack and this is the start of the game, let's just imply that Armin went home. And then like, do we start directly at the Maggie scene? It's interesting, like in the playing, like in the telling of the story, consuming it as a player, you get different insights about like how certain things feel. Like previously when Armin met the old man, that was the equivalent of what is now day 2 in the game. It was just all one day at the time. And you were on your way past, you were passing by where the old man is. So you sort of just, Armin's like, okay, I got to go by, and would keep running. Whereas now it's a dead end and you have to go back the way you came. So the idea that Armin like left someone there, even though he was going back to the town, it's really different in how it feels. So I was thinking like, oh, maybe like this is still an opportunity to develop Armin's character the same way, but it might be that we have to go further in showcasing that Armin really like is hiding that this interaction happened. Like he has to go home and say hi to his mum again, and he has to interact with like people like on his way home, and consciously make the conscious choice not to tell them that this thing happened. So yeah, just little things like that. It's totally it's important that we take this time that to work through that stuff. So, but yeah, I think for you right now in this meeting, happy to focus on things that are not being blocked by other things as I release those blocks.
Let's do the Foothills track.
Cool. Let's do it. I'm going to read your messages first. Yep. Interesting. Do you feel like, I'm just reading your second message while I try not to sneeze. Do you think, do you mean to say that it will never loop? Like once in the whole playthrough, like you just hear it exactly once, or like once a scene? Like how would that, like once whenever you transition into this audio space? How did you picture that?
Well, yeah, I'm really interested to hear your thoughts
I should
because
press play then. But I'll listen to it finish.
Oh,
Sorry.
no. I mean, in terms of this idea, not
Okay.
the track.
Yeah.
Because yeah, I feel like I don't know. I'm not totally convinced, but the thought of maybe having it be that okay, we're setting off. You have that moment, but if the player backtracks to this space, do we want them to have that setting off moment, like feeling again, or is it that we have a more subdued loop version that plays after we've had that initial moment? You don't get that again, and it's a really special story moment of like this is the beginning of the quest, kind of. I don't know.
Yeah, you're touching on something that is like that before the game releases, or how should I put this? There's an opportunity here to do something that's at a layer of fidelity or like nuance that is rare in games, and actually in all like the classic games that I've, played or whatever, it's kind of unheard of to do this. But in modern games that are more cinematic, where the storytelling is more contouring the experience more so than just the spatial getting through the levels, it's something that is definitely possible. And this is going to tie directly into how confident we are in our tooling, basically, how confident we are in setting up conditions where we make specific rules, like the music plays here, for, until the player does this. And then when you come back to the scene, it'll play this version instead. So I think that would be for me, it's like there's a technical question right behind the theoretical question. So yeah, of course we could do anything. I feel like it's a big commitment to play something just once. That feels so confident as a design choice. And I don't know if I have that confidence. Just in terms of like getting the most value out of it and like wanting, like if it's a great track, like let's let them hear it a couple times or whatever. But there's definitely something powerful there. I mean, cutscenes only play once. So
yeah, I mean, I think I think it's an interesting option we can consider.
Yeah, it's very like I think about Lord of the Rings, and I think about when you hear the Fellowship theme, and like it plays like once in Fellowship to its full, capacity when the Fellowship is leaving Rivendell, and then you never hear it at that full capacity again because they all get broken up and go in different directions. So yeah, there's something really cool about the thought, and I would definitely pursue getting to the point where we can confidently, make those choices. For the demo, maybe not. We might be able to do one state change here. So, for example, and again, this comes back to the spatial versus temporal progress. Sorry. So we talked last time about potentially having the track change as you leave that scene, that the scene right after the town, as you're crossing that little stone bridge. If that's the heart of adventure, and the further in you go, the more it becomes stripped away, then we could have it be until you've advanced the plot to the Athenian Bridge, or until you've made it to the Crucible. Whenever you go back to that space, it'll play that theme. But anytime after that, once you've been to the Crucible, it will just play some, subdued level 1 version of it, and it won't sing out the way that it did before. We can do that for sure.
Yeah, cool.
Cool. I wonder, it's really important that for me in this next month that we get chances to think about things critically this way. So it'll be on my mind how best to set that up. Maybe our future meetings will be more around that. So yeah, I'll think about it. All right, I've stalled out enough. I want to listen to this track. Ooh. Wow. Yeah, that was really interesting. Oh, man, it's like I can't explain how like I wrote that in 2017, and it's been, you know, uh 50 seconds worth of melody or whatever for 8 years. And then you just added to the story of it. That's it's like the neurons are firing in my brain. I wasn't going to say this. There was actually somebody years ago who did a bit of a demo for me of this track, and they made it it's like a 3.5-minute thing. And they did, additional sections too, that I also kind of, at the time, did something to my brain chemistry. And I didn't want to share that with you because I didn't want to I wanted to give you the opportunity to just approach it in your own way. And I want to keep doing that. I'm not going to share it. So yeah, for sure. I think this is, there was something at, I think the 75% mark that really caught me. The bit from, it's so, the temptation to make it to keep the, what's the word, the character, and add more character to it is very high. But for what it needs to be right now, I guess if we're just building out stuff, this is great. Let me go. I want to, if I can, I'm going to re-listen to just that second half.
Yeah.
I like the harmony. Oh, also a question. Just before I do that, when I was noticing on the playthrough, there are times when the camera pulls out, but on your screen, it looked like black bars were coming in. Is that how it looks when you play it?
I think I was having issues with that. I didn't actually notice when I was recording that video, but I did notice it at other times when I was just playing through. I don't know whether that's a Mac thing or...
Yeah, it's possible because I've never seen that before. But if it is something that recurs, let me know and we'll have to put it on the backlog.
I'll capture. Yeah.
Cool. All right, let's keep listening. Yeah, there's that. It's those strings that dun 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 dun. Dun. It's almost very Superman, you know. It's like preparing us to rev back into it. Yeah, that's cool. And then I like the little section here too. Yeah, I might want to. I was having some thoughts about this. Like, there are parts in a few tracks here and there where I feel like melody wise, I might want to go in and just tweak little things. There's it's like so close. But like just here, for example, we've got like, let me hear it again. Yeah, like da 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 da. I want to like hear like maybe one more note there, like da 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 da, or something like that, and then.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's cool. It's really cool. This is all like, it's great. Like the direction you're heading is right on. Cool. Thank you. Is this, so this, if I pull into the game right now, your last commit, I should get this version. Is that right? Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm excited to just like have this playing in my little playthroughs so that I can just get a bit more context on it and let things gestate a bit. I've been thinking a lot about mixing recently, like sound effects versus music, and this is going to help a lot.
Yeah, I haven't properly like mixed the levels, so that's definitely something that needs to happen as we move towards refining everything.
Yep. And even then, like even Elias's work versus your work, like having that stuff, like I think he's been a little bit hesitant to make any major changes to any of the sound designs because he doesn't know like, oh, what's the music going to sound like in this scene? Do I need to like elevate this sound effect or let it go down? So we're pretty much at that point, which is good. Yeah, this is great. Okay. So shall we talk about, I guess, like next steps and kind of, I suppose, the next month and what that's going to look like?
Yeah.
Cool. So I feel like almost every track now is at a place where it's either like some of them are I would say could live in the demo just fine as they are. Some of them need like a B section or we need to revisit. I think my gut is like saying just roll with the momentum on some of this stuff. I do want to come back to Orenstead at some point, but the track that you've got in there now, like I am kind of warming up to. It's one of the older ones you had done, I think.
Yeah, I think it was like one of the first drops.
Yeah. I'm at the, how do I put this? Sometimes I feel like when these things are done in isolation, it's hard to, you want to impose some kind of intent, like authorial intent over the thing because you want it to tell a specific story. But when it's all together, it sometimes has the potential to still tell that story because there are other elements that are also doing it. So, this thing about, for example, like in that track about like the additional voices that are causing dissonance that make it feel, whatever, there's that discussion we were having. Like there are things that we could iterate on for that and maybe we could go around forever, but I'm not sure at a certain point, the pragmatics of like, how important is this scene to how important is the music in this scene to drive that specific nuanced thing, or is it doing like 95% of its job, and you know it's doing it, it's good enough, you know. I think what do they say, perfect is the enemy of good. So I'm trying to be well, it's not even that, it's that I'm not just trying to be more like compromising, it's like I'm realizing that stuff is growing on me just as it's falling in. So you know, maybe another, you know, if we have time, it might be fine to spend on iterating on that, but for now I think, correct me if I'm wrong, would you say that like small melody changes, like if I wanted to tweak, you know, what I just listened to, if I wanted to say, okay, like let's, for this specific line, can we have this, and this, rather than that? Those are are those the easiest changes to make, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're pretty easy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
compared to like, you know, complete flavor rewrites. I feel like,
Yeah.
yeah. So for me, like the background of this is I was chatting to my brother, and he and I are very particular in just the way that we are with certain, with like music things. I don't know why, I don't know what it is, but we like that we're always just chatting back and forth about like very, very, very specific music references or sound references from like, I don't know, when we were kids and stuff. And we just hang on melody a lot. Like we're super, I don't know what the word is, but it's like that seems to stick out the loudest. But as and so like it's easy for me to fixate or for him to fixate on like, oh, the melody's not right, and so like there's all this stuff that needs to be done. But I think as you know, because I've got a bit more experience outside of that particular penchant, um, I feel like that stuff's actually not the hardest stuff to change. And so outside of like very specific little melodic things that I am, you know, pedantic about, I think like this is all sounding really good, and I'm happy to just, I feel like the next most important thing to do is just fill all of the spaces, and as you were hinting to earlier in the meeting, find the transition points between them and make that sound right. Like
Yeah.
how do we get from this scene to this scene, or you know, is it okay to just fade this out? I feel like that stuff to me is more important than like getting the compositions exactly where we want them to be. I feel like that could be something we do in the
Yeah.
last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I think, yeah, I think my biggest concern, or the biggest thing that I'm thinking about at the moment, is that flow, because yeah, our process at the moment or so far has been very like, you know, concepting
Yeah.
tracks here and there, but they're all in isolation. So
Yeah.
I think because, you know, for me, the music, I want the music to create a journey and have a pace and a flow and
Yeah.
like a through line, I guess. And so
Yeah.
I think that's what we need to find next, and then we can go in and polish things up, and but we need, yeah, we need that through line first.
I think so. Even in the instance where like one, there's like I would say there's maybe like 2 or 3 tracks even where it's like, oh, there's actually nothing here, and we do need to do like a full concept, or at least something. Like the
Yeah.
boss fight would
And
be
the
one of them.
Watchtower, I was thinking,
Yeah,
doesn't have
exactly.
anything, I
Those
don't
two.
think. Yeah.
It's more important, like thinking about the function of the demo. If you think about it like a TV series or a YouTube video, you know, most people will experience the start more, and from there you'll have people drop off progressively, and the last part
Yeah.
is like, only if you've played through the whole demo up to that point is the last part going to be experienced. So I think, yes, I think establishing that flow, having the whole thing by at least like the middle point feel like, oh yeah, like this is all, it's really obvious to see what level we're working at and how we're doing storytelling with music, and that's my priority. And if there are
Yeah.
seams here and there, little, you know, scenes where it's like, oh, like this just uses a down played version of this other track, or just like an event parameter change rather than having its own scene, like, you know, it mightn't feel like you mightn't miss it. You know what I mean? Even with the Wilhelm example, like if we just sort of like pulled away some of the layers of the the Foothills theme, like it mightn't be, what's the word, so offensive, at least until we've got something else in there. And maybe later we can put something else in there. But yeah, let's fill out the body first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So then specifically, how should we attack that? I'm happy to keep. You said you wanted to put a bit more, like another section into what we just listened to. Is that what you were saying?
Well, I mean, listening to it and actually playing it, I think this loop, it would be possible. Like at the moment, it's doing its job, and like it would be nice if it was a bit longer for interest's sake, but it works. You know, I don't think it's a massive priority, I guess, in the scheme of everything else.
Yeah. Could you
extend it?
Could you create some parameters and pull some stuff out so that and then we could modulate it maybe over the different scenes? Is that possible? Just to see
like
how
automation stuff.
Yeah.
Like layers.
Yeah, like layers. Just the way that you did
Yeah,
with
I
the
can
home.
play around with that. Yeah.
Yeah, because I want to see how well it carries between multiple scenes. Because the loop is like the way that you've got it now, I think if this is like one state, and if that state only exists as it is for one scene at a time, then the question is then, will you spend more than 1:30 in this specific scene? But if it changes in any way, I feel like that resets the palette, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm less worried about the one track lasting 6 minutes and not getting tired, and more thinking about the system of the track and whether that can last.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll
work on that.
And I think that in general, that's what I'm at least from like a development standpoint, like for us to get that momentum going of like, we're playing the game, like let's see where, you know, we've laid down foundations, now let's fill in the gaps. I think getting the parameters in there where necessary is probably going to be the easiest way to feel where those gaps are. So like, for example, the Orested theme.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'd love to do a version where we cut some stuff out when we go inside of a building, for example. Yeah.
Yeah, I think in this phase, I'm thinking in terms of process, it'll be a lot more in Fmod and in the actual game engine, and being like, hey, Adam, just play through this scene. What do you think? Rather than doing the whole screen recording thing we have been doing.
Yeah, I'm there's how do I put this? If aside from the concern that working inside of the engine at the same time can sometimes create a little bit of like Git collisions, like, oh, this file has been worked on by two people at the same time. Other than that, like the conflicts, that's, I think, the ideal. Like for us to be working in the game and playing around with specific things, because that's what the player is experiencing. So yeah, like the less we have to rely on creating assets in Figma just to share and communicate, the better.
Yeah, with the conflicts, if I'm just working on the music branch, hopefully that shouldn't be much of an issue, right? And especially because I'll mostly just be changing stuff in Fmod, and it will be the same event referenced in Unity. Like I probably won't even be touching anything in Unity.
Yeah, as long as you're not doing like the parameter changes, like where the triggers are to say when one track becomes a different track or when one track's parameters change. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I can be responsible for that. That's not a big deal. But yeah, if you're just in Fmod playing around with the parameters, that's totally fine. There was one thing that happened yesterday, I think, where you had done something with some banks, or there was like some banks set up a certain way on your branch, and then Elias had something with the same banks that he had done something with,
Oh, okay.
and there was a bit of a collision, and I think one undid the other. So outside of stuff like that, and I'm not sure
Okay.
what causes that, or like in what contexts that's an issue,
Mm.
then yeah, like for sure, let's do it. Outside of that, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Is there anything I should be like making sure to avoid doing to prevent that sort of stuff from happening, or is it just kind of it just happens sometimes?
No, I think it's something to do with. There are a couple of things in Fmod. So the first was just making sure that we're all like that the mixers are being respected. That's like the first thing. So like when I go to the mixer, there are some things that are not mixed or that weren't mixed yesterday. I think I had to do some mucking around. Because then if they're not in the specific folders, they won't get adjusted in the volume. That's pretty trivial. But there was something about strings. There was something I heard. I don't know what it was. I'm trying to figure out what the event was, but it was like a clip that just said, was it the cello? No. It doesn't really make sense for it to be something that both of you would interact with. I don't know what it was. I'm going to have
Yeah,
to.
because I mean, I've only been working in the music folder,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, there was something. Oh, there was. It must not have been something that you did. I can't imagine what it would have been thinking pragmatically about it. Okay. I'll just have to, if it comes up again, I'll mention it. One thing I will say is renaming things can be a little bit tricky. So I think it's easy enough to like rename stuff in Fmod, but Unity gets a bit it can complain a little bit if the Fmod event's names change. So if that is gonna, like, if you do need to do like a refactor. Oh, Squiggy thing says, was it the .strings files in Git? I think so, Squiggy. Yeah. I'm not sure where they. If you want, you can jump into the meeting. I don't know. He might have some more oversight than I do on this particular topic. One sec. Yeah, of course. Hey.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey. So, yeah, I was just going to say, like, did you notice, was there a conflict or something yesterday? I'm not sure.
Yeah, yesterday I think when you pulled, it was, correct me if I'm wrong, it was the banks files, like the banks that were conflicted,
I think so. I'm not sure
not
what
anything in the Fmod project itself.
Yeah, what are banks files and what is .strings?
The banks and dot strings are just what Fmod builds to Unity. Like that just is what is generated when you press F7.
Okay.
So if those conflict, it's not really a problem because you can just go into Fmod, hit F7, and it'll rebuild them.
Oh, I see.
Like
Okay.
together.
Okay. So
it's like, yeah, if I've built the project and I don't have Morgan's changes, and Morgan's built the project and she doesn't have my changes, the project itself will merge correctly, but the build won't.
I see. That makes perfect sense to me, and that's a big relief. Okay. So
yeah,
it's literally just
it's
that
not
the
a
build
problem
files are wrong, but the
if
project
those
files are
conflict,
right.
yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that's fine then.
If the project files are conflicting, then there's an issue.
Yeah.
I think they shouldn't because they're XML
Yep.
formatted.
Yeah, I to be honest, like I saw the conflict and I was like, oh, I don't know what that is going to result in, but I'll just pick one of them. And then I think I rebuilt the project anyway. So I wasn't, I guess it was just an empty question in my head that needed answering, but that seems to have answered it now. So yeah.
Yeah, the dot banks and dot strings are not that important.
Okay, good. Cool. I think maybe I
All
just
right.
thought the banks were from something else. Anyway, yeah, thanks, Elias.
No problem. Take care.
All right, see ya. Okay, well then, yeah, let's do that then. Let's do a lot more of that if possible. Do you have like
Cool.
do you need any like specific direction for me as to like how to start or like where to start doing that?
Hmm. I mean, I think once you finish the playthrough, it'll become a whole lot easier.
Mm-hmm.
But I think my process will probably just be playing through the game and tweaking things and
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
editing and
Feel free to just do a chronological, like to just
yeah.
sit in every scene and say
I
critically,
think I
like,
will.
do I like what I'm hearing here? Do I like how this changes? And then if there's an Fmod event change that you want to do or a layer that you want to create out of the music, just have at it and like, ask how, like push the changes and say, hey, Adam, what do you think of this? I'm like totally happy to do that.
Yeah, cool.
And
Could you show me in the Unity project exactly how to like start the game from the beginning, if that makes sense?
Yeah, yes. Hang on. My Unity's doing something right now. I don't know why. Okay, it's doing a big import for some reason. I don't think I did anything. Oh, Fmod event? No. Refresh. Close. Hello? So I was working on this yesterday. It's like, because the game there's really like two modes you can be in when working on the game. You can be in a playthrough or in like the editor. So right now in the editor and and for the purpose of alphas, anytime you load into like a random scene just from the editor, like clicking on something, every scene has their own little engine like object, which then has a progress state at the if you're on you watching the stream.
Yeah, I'm watching the stream.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah. And you walked me through that
Yeah.
a little while ago, I think.
So so this feature that only applies from the scene you load in on if you load in from the editor. And separately, there is the concept of alpha tests. So when I build for, WebGL or whatever, there are specific like save files that load in on specific scenes, just like in the editor, for the purpose of testing specific parts of the alpha. But if we're trying to build the game to be played, then you can just like jump into the title scene and press play. And today, that should go like literally yesterday, I completely rewrote the save system. So like,
oh wow,
it's a completely different thing now of how it saves all the data. This will, I need to fix this, but it's kind of a little busted. If you press like S and then press yes, or just go new adventure, if you want to like start from scratch, you can sort of just press enter to get through that. Or an easy way to do that would just be to load straight into the controls scene if you just don't want to deal with any of that. So you can load into controls, press play. There's this little scene which is needing a bit of a tune up, but you press A and then it's basically the same as just loading into the home scene. I mean, you might as well just load into home if you want. as long as Armin's house has on its game engine. So the equivalent of all of this would be to go Armin's house, go to the game engine, and make sure no progress is set in the test progress. That's the same as starting the game from basically scratch. So if that's what you want to do. And then, yeah, I mean, like, it's everything will just assume that you're starting from a fresh save file. Are you hoping to have like an ongoing save file as you play test, or are you just hoping to just start from scene 1 kind of thing and go from there?
I don't think I'll need a save file.
Okay.
Or anything.
Because that save scene's a bit of a mess. I need to get to that. Like,
yeah,
this
no,
weekend.
no, it's fine.
Okay. But yeah, otherwise,
I guess the thing that I do need to know, and again, will become clearer as you get the playthrough working, is just, I guess, making sure that things are the way that they're going to be.
Okay.
Like, as in, is there anything in the first part of the game that you're thinking is going to change, or like in how the game starts, or can I assume that that's how it's going to start? You know, like, because obviously if I'm now working to sculpt it to the playthrough, if the playthrough is not accurate, then I'll be making stuff that's going to be redundant.
Could you give an example of something that you would be concerned wouldn't be how you would expect it, other than like oh man, yeah, fair point. I think I know what you're saying. Like, other than getting around, how about this? For the first iteration of this phase we're moving into, because there's a few things here. Like, there is cleaning up the tracks, and that's important. But if we're just talking about integration, can we think about like just the broad brush? We're in a scene. What should be playing in this scene?
Okay.
Kind of thing first, maybe for like the next until like Monday, and then from Monday we can go a little bit deeper.
Yeah.
Cool. So, like, you know, for me, it's more like what plays in this scene, and then like does the same thing play in Overlook, and does the same thing play in Bridge. That is important to me. And then also like getting from this scene like down into this scene, like what is there a difference in track that plays, rather than specifically getting to like the plot just yet. Because we do need to do that. Thinking about it from like the full plot thing, but if we do spatial first and then temporal, that might be easier because the spaces are mostly
I think that's a good idea. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. All right. Well, I'll let you just like kind of free range at that until like Monday, and then we can pick it back up and you can tell me about all the pain points that you found, which is good. I mean, that's what Elias is like. He's like 4 days ahead of you, so he's doing that. He just did that this week, basically.
Right.
And it was really helpful. So, yeah. Feel free.
I'm excited.
Cool. All right. Well, I won't hold you up anymore. Thanks for meeting with me.
All right. Talk soon.
All right. See you later.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Cool. 3:26. Man, I got to get better at being concise and oh, we already did that. Oh, that's pretty good. Oh, we're pretty much on par with what I expected. Okay. I'm not going to complain. I did a good job. We all did a good job. Okie dokie. Let's play. I want to get that music in here. I want to hear it. Get me in there. Download it straight into my hard drive and onto my brain. Merge into development. We should be able to do this. Yes. Sick. That was easy. And then click. No. And then here it is. 3, 2, 1, go. Hey. Okay. Hang on. Maybe just turn these guys off. Oh, I'll keep them on. Wait a second. One sec. That's not. I don't want them on here. Chapter 2 progress. Action progress. Okay, fine. Test progress it is. And then meet guard. Combat guards. Save. There we go. Okay. This is crazy, man. Be honest. What do you think? Am I holding on too long to the game? Do you want to play it already? Where would you place what you're looking at in terms of like just how excited it makes you to play it? Yeah. Yeah, it's oh man. I'm having a moment. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Yeah, there's like oh, I can't explain like, you know, all right. I'm going to take a second to like talk to you for a bit about just like where things are at and like how I'm feeling in my life and whatever. Okay. For a long time, I have been playing and making this game and playing it. And I have felt like sincere imposter syndrome for like, you know, let's say 7 of the 8 years I've been working on this game. And I have been fixating consistently on things that are not yet the way that I would want them to be, things that aren't perfect. And in the last 8 months, the amount of perspective I've been given from having the privilege of working with other people on the project and having them contribute to the project has completely washed away those feelings, because so much of what makes this game feel complete is having all of the production values contribute to the story that I'm trying to put into it or whatever. Like, the sound effects and music take it so far that I'm sort of just like, right now playing this, I'm just overwhelmed. I'm just fully immersed. Like, I'm just in the space. Apart from, of course, there are like little mechanical things where I think, oh, that combo didn't land the way I wanted it to, like, or that enemy's animation was a bit weird, or its sound, like, there's stuff there to tweak, of course. But like, the sheer level of production that's happening, like what I'm digesting when I'm watching it, is now at a level where I feel like, oh, like, it's not just like, oh, now it's a game. It's like, oh, now this game could be like a hit game. Like, this is like going to be hard to ignore if this showed up on some Nintendo Direct or whatever. Like, now it's at a place where if I threw a Kickstarter together, like, people would probably flock to this, maybe. I mean, I would. That's all I'm thinking. Like, objectively, I'm really excited for what I'm playing to be. Like, this is like the dream game. This is the game that I dreamed, you know? That's what I'm feeling. And like, I know my standards are pretty high, but like it doesn't need more. It doesn't need to be bigger anymore. It just needs to be tight. And it's already going to be there because everything, it's already like completing the circle on what it needs to be. I feel like everything that, in terms of like how the action feels, combat, dialogue, all of that stuff, the way that we direct cutscenes, ambience, all of that has a tool now for how, and a workflow for how we build it, and a way to refine it. It's just a matter of time. It's not even a question of like, oh, will we ever pull this off? It's like, no. Like, there are examples now, copious examples throughout the whole game, where like, when everything's in and working, it's like, it's there. Like, oh yeah, like, this is happening. This is in. We're in. I'm in the game. I'm enjoying it, you know? It feels like I'm there, you know? I'm just in this world, and I'm just... And it's fun. It's fun to move around. It's fun to knock these things and fly up, and like, I'm proud of this. I'm so proud of it. Yeah. It's like, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. It's crazy. It's I'm gonna feel, this is gonna sound like I'm, you know, I don't know, like I'm huffing my own smoke or whatever. But like, seriously, like, imagine like you're just like, imagine saying like, I'm gonna go on this journey, and 7 years from now I'm gonna end up where I want to be, and I'm not gonna be able to like feel that I'm there until I'm there, and then you get there. That's sort of like, what madness drove me to pick this? But like, how special that I feel this way right now. I feel so, it's the level of relief I'm feeling right now. I won't feel this forever. I'll be stressed again next week when we're working on tightening everything else up. But like the way that I'm feeling right now, I need to recognize it, because otherwise I'll blow straight past it. I won't feel this if I don't take the time to say that I'm feeling it. I'm so proud of this. Like, I'm so proud of it. And like, with the music, with everything, like, if it's not there right now 100%, I know what it needs to be. Like, my confidence is growing even like higher. We still got to get those sprite atlases in there to stop the tearing. I got to fix that one day. I'm actually going to put it on my to-do list. Oh, God. SSES? I don't know. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's hard. Like, this is... I have this feeling, you know, action adventure is so hard to get right. It's so hard because it's so many moving parts. And I genuinely would say, like, I'll say to you right now, I should have picked a different genre. I should have picked a different genre years ago. I should have, and I didn't do it, okay? But because other genres will give you that feedback earlier. If you make a straight platformer and you get the platforming right in the first 6 months, you're set, you know? You're making, like, it's working. It's gonna be as fun as you think it needs to be, because it's just a platformer. You're doing the platforming. You got that right. Good job. You're in. This is like, you need so many systems. You need so many things to click to make this feel like what it needs to feel, to make it feel like it's an adventure. And it's feeling that now. It's like, even like the little nonsense things that, you know, picking up coins and the sounds and the textures and it's all singing. So, wow, what a privilege. How lucky am I? Whew. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. And when we come back, I'm gonna go straight into... Hey, George Broussard. I feel like maybe I've heard your name before, and I'm embarrassed to say that I don't know exactly what person the name George Broussard belongs to. So I'm going to Google it. Wow. Apogee? The George Broussard? Is that you? Wow. Do you know, I played Duke Nukem 3D on my Windows 95, the like, I guess, MS-DOS version of Duke Nukem 3D. That was like a foundational like video game for me when I was 4. My dad, he got this PC and we would sit down. He's like, that's one of my earliest experiences of like me, like being with my dad, like chilling out with my dad was someone's been shooting up my ride. That's like, that like is baked into my brain. Wow. Damn. That's really cool. That's really cool. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Holy moly. What an honor. Hey, is it true that like in the 90s? Yeah, I'm here to kick ass and chew gum, and I'm all out of gum. Yeah, exactly. Is it true that like all of these companies in the 90s or early 90s were named for the purpose of having their names come up first in the phone book? Like Apogee, Accolade, Atari. Is that real? Acclaim. What other games did I play? Really? I do that with underscores on my file system, but not in a public place. Is it weird that I've got you up on Wikipedia right now? The Road. I don't know if I've played that entry. Did you work on Duke Nukem Forever? Then you know what this feels like. That was like, I remember, like I was so into the game industry. This little, like, I'm this little kid in Australia, 15, 16, 17 years old, wanting desperately to be a game developer, but like knowing that like I couldn't, like I quickly learned that like it's not really a thing you could do in Australia unless you're like one of the top. That was probably wrong, that misconception. That's probably proven to be, I probably could have worked in the Australian game industry in the AAA space if I had, you know, put my face there and, you know, sent in my resume and whatever, and just worked at it. But I really counted myself out because I was like, oh no, it's too competitive. I'll never be a concept artist. I'll never be a whatever. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I got so lucky that indie games became a thing. And you know what? It wasn't indie games. It wasn't the Xbox Live Arcade that made it possible. It's if you're the kind of person who wants to make something, you'll find a way. You just will. Like it was Newgrounds before Xbox Live Arcade. You know, it was Flash games. And before it was Flash games, it was, you know, whatever. I just was the kind of person, and part of the reason why I have my community, part of the reason why I have my YouTube channel where I teach people how to do stuff and advocate so hard for like the things that I do, is because if you count yourself out the way that I did, you just won't make games. Like you just won't do it because it'll be too scary to even start. And we have a lot of churn in Sydney, where I'm from. A lot of kids go through like game dev degrees and they come out and go, where are the jobs? And then they leave and go do, you know, UI design at some whatever, Atlassian or something, some agency. They'll do web design because they aren't prepared emotionally to get into the headspace of like, I need to make this myself, you know? Like I actually am going to have to learn a lot and I'm going to fail a lot. Like aversion to failure is, yeah. Oh, not overthinking it is like the, it's impossible for me, but like, I wish I could impart the knowledge that I have now of like what genres to pick if you want it to be an easier ride, what you're getting yourself into if you pick some of the harder ones, how to navigate through the failure. Like, failure is inevitable. It's gonna happen. You're gonna waste time. You're never gonna not waste time. But like, how do you make use of the wasted time to save you from wasting time later? That stuff, who teaches that stuff? You know, that's the stuff that, like, it's only been like, I'm being honest right now. It's been like 8 days since I've really counted myself as like deserving to be in this space. I've been doing it for like 7 years, but like, I still haven't considered myself like a real game developer or a real content creator until like literally January 2025. And the thing that I feel, part of the reason why I feel that way is because at some point recently, I realized like my heroes were mortal, and some of them have less of an idea about this stuff than I feel like I do. And even if I don't know everything, nobody can. Even if I am still making mistakes, everybody does. So me holding myself back on account of worrying about the judgment of my heroes or whatever is not going to get me where I need to go. So I need to be confident and realistic about what I have learned and what that's worth to people. It's worth it now. It's been worth it for a long time. Because my mindset was always, I need to release a hit game first, and then I'll have enough credibility to say something about what it means to design a game. Like, if I don't make a hit, there's no point, because I'm just misleading people. I don't feel that way anymore. I used to. That was like my mental definition of who I was for like 8 years. Like, I'm the guy who's trying to become a game developer, and when I succeed, then I'll be able to tell people that I am one. And it's just not how it works. Like, you just can't. I would never have, if I actually applied that thinking, I would never have made a YouTube channel. And it's just the fact that, like, I was confident enough in pixel art to talk about that, because I didn't think that it was as high stakes as games. But now it's like, no, like, Adam, if you've learned something, you should share it, because you can help. People come to this stream every day and they say, Adam, I made something because you shared something, with me on the internet. Like, you made this video and I watched it, and that gave me the courage to work on this, and then I finished it, and I wouldn't have done it if I hadn't watched your content. Like, yeah, I am the kind of person who's like, I have this armchair philosopher's way of thinking about design and navigating design, and I am like fully committed to one day being able to like put that into something like a document, like a book, where I'm like, I lay it out, how I think about it, and in a way that isn't necessary, that comes from me, and it's like a whole kind of like, I don't know, theorem or something, like a treatise. And I'll do that one day. But in the meantime, like, some of these hunches that I have and ways of thinking about these things, like, the experiences that I'm having as a director give me more visibility over what that feels like, and what it's like something that I think producers and directors, only they, and solo developers, only they deal with the navigating creation of stuff and how to do that efficiently. Like, what does efficient navigation look like? But that's actually something that anybody doing anything creative can really benefit from. It's just that if you're making detached things, like if you're just an artist, you'll do mock-ups and you won't know which of those mock-ups represent feasible prototypes for what you could build a game out of. It's like, oh, that looks cool, but like this sprite wouldn't work because whatever. Or if you're just a programmer, you can make some marching cubes algorithm or whatever for terrain generation, and then you'll go, that's a cool demo, but you don't know how to turn that into a game. You don't know how to turn that into a product. And the transition from project to product, that I think is such a critical it's such a critical step in one's thinking, especially when we live in like a capitalist society. Your ability to turn ideas into things that people would be interested in playing and purchasing. You can't build a career if you don't have that mindset. Like you can't do it indefinitely outside of as a hobby if you aren't thinking about how ideas get turned into things that are good. And I don't think that there's enough people talking about that, or at least I haven't come across enough of that discourse to feel like it's common. Like it takes so much going right to make a game. It takes so much. Yeah, but I think so. I have this thing, George, and everybody else, but I have this thing in my mind. I might be on like a podcast soon, with another creator, and in general, I bump into other creators. In fact, no, this is a more important conversation, more than just because of the discourse that I'm having. But in marketing my own game, I'm going to be pitching to publishers soon to get this thing finished, just for a budget and marketing. There are increasingly more voices that I speak to as I go through the rings of not the circles of hell, but as I talk to people who are more closer to business, the more we talk about products and the game as a product, and the more the conversation becomes about the market. And what I think for me is like kind of make or break in terms of whether or not long term I would want to stay in game development. Like, I don't think that I would make games if the kind of games that attracted me were disqualified from existence by virtue of there being no demand. If that was a thing where you could say, Adam, don't make Insignia because there's no demand for that. If we lived in that world, I wouldn't make games, because making the art is not enough. I want people to enjoy the art. I want people to experience it, right? And my feeling, and this may be so naive that it really burns me, but my feeling is that if you make something that's unignorable, you can change what people make. You can change what people are interested in playing. I feel that's what happened with Dark Souls in 2011. I feel like they made something that had such an impact that on paper has so few production values that would have been considered marketable. But it's like the design was so compelling, the game was so good. Not even good, it's like it was so effective that it dictated like how other studios made games. And particularly I feel like combat feel became a lot slower from 2011 onwards compared to like 2005 to 2011. Like the arcade kind of power fantasy that action games were in up until about 2011 was like this, it was just descending into like madness. You have games like Lollipop Chainsaw and, you know, not The World Ends With You, No More Heroes, and kind of the God of War games, and even Duke Nukem. Like, I feel like that vibe of like, let's just get as much in the game as possible kind of fell away for like, let's slow everything down. Let's make you feel alone, and let's make every enemy able to kill you. And it's going to happen slowly because the animations are going to go. There's tension there that's valid, that's interesting in a design sense that we just weren't exploring at the time. But what the market can only comment on it can only be reflexive. It can only say like, well, this is selling right now, so this is what we should make. And I don't think, I feel like I think it's important to think in a business-minded sense, for sure. I think that's important. You have to understand how consumers think and how something could be considered marketable. but knowing what's fun or what reaches people, I think, is more important. I mean, it's the thing that I feel like I want to focus on more than how to get funding per se. Like, and maybe crowdfunding democratizes this a little bit in a way that allows it to happen. Like, more and more I'm considering crowdfunding, because if people in the chat and in my YouTube channel are saying, wow, this looks great, I want to play it, then it actually kind of doesn't matter what publisher X might say. Not that I've had these conversations with publishers yet, but like, I'm preparing myself for the conversation. The people I'm talking to prior to talking to publishers, who have talked to publishers about this stuff, and the documents I read about where things are at in the industry kind of points to this very wait and see mindset. Like, if you do all the work, we'll back you kind of thing. Yeah. Well, this is the thing, George Broussard. Like, I don't. Yeah, exactly. I don't actually know, and it's been the reality of where this game's going and what capacity it has to make an impact in terms of sales. It's like, as the quality and the opportunities have been presented to it to grow, it's grown, and that creates more opportunities. And because of that, and as the market has shifted, because it's been 8 years, the viability of one strategy over another is changing in real time. So for me, like, I probably wouldn't expect more than 100K USD to come through a Kickstarter for this game. But even that would help get us to probably like 3 chapters out of 5 in terms of content. At that point, if we're on a less than 6-month cadence for each chapter, and there's only 5 chapters, you're almost at early access levels of pace and funding. So it's like, and then if early access helps cover the rest of development, then it's just like, oh, okay, like, you've gotten to release and you didn't need any outside funding, you know? And if the question of like what a publisher can do for you is just to create buzz, but the game is creating its own buzz, then yeah, like maybe like, I never considered to do early access, especially for a story-based game. But like, the closer you get to release, the less pressure there is on early access to carry it. So, you know, it's like, maybe I should be more prepared for that. I'll be at GDC this year, and I'll be just chatting to as many people as I can. And just to get a read on this stuff, have some conversations. I'm building enough confidence in where I'm at right now to feel like I don't. It's almost like the balance of those conversations strategically feels like it's not in their court. I don't feel like publishers have much leverage over me at this point. I feel like I could threaten to do a Kickstarter and early access, and they'd have to bend over a little bit. Like, if it's just about funding, yeah. Like, I've got a community, I've got an audience, I've got the team, we're producing the game, the production's getting done. Like, if it's just funding and it's like, you know, something that we could potentially source in any other way, then yeah, maybe. Yeah. I'm excited for it. I mean, we'll see. But yeah, I just wanted to express my elevation in confidence. I'm just feeling really good. It's an absolute honor to have you on the stream. Yes, that's how I've been thinking about it as well. That Kickstarter is really just a signal. It's just a reflection of the signal that you're able to create. It's like a mini release, right? It's a marketing campaign for a product that doesn't exist yet, and the backers are people who are purchasing it. They're just pre-purchasing it. So I've always thought that the 100K mark, the 100K USD mark, is the litmus test, like, because it's the line at which actual development could be done on the thing. Like less than 100K, you've got 6 months of one developer, you know, a year of one developer, maybe part-time, you get 2 or 3 people on the project. If you're at, you know, 80K USD and everyone wants to work part-time for 30K each or something like that. Above 100K, you know, 150, 200, it's like, oh no, you could like probably fund a good portion of, you know, of something, or at least reinvest it into the product to make it meaningfully, what's the word? It'll extend the runway to some amount, and that gives you other opportunities, because it puts you in the upper quartiles of what other games can pull on Kickstarter, which means it gets you an in with conversations with, you know, your publishers or your VC or whatever. So it's almost like there is this constant surveillance of like, hey, which games are like rising above the tumult, you know? It's like there's all of the noise, and then like which ones should we actually care about? And when you have, the way I think about this is like, the story of your game's development is the thing that, and the game itself, but like the story helps validate that momentum. So for me, like having the YouTube channel succeed meant I was able to get in contact with so many different people from the industry. Having those connections and being able to fund my development with the YouTube revenue and stuff meant that I could build the experience and those connections to build a team and to pitch in a really well-rounded way to grant agencies. I got 2 grants in the span of like a month, the only 2 that I applied for, and that feels like momentum. It feels like, oh wow, this game's got 2 grants behind it. That's great. You know, if we take it to PAX or something, we'll be one of the only games that has those 2 grants on it, and we'll be, because we've been able to put more time into it, more likely to win an award at PAX, you know. So it's like, if your game is the game that won the awards and it got the grants and it's been worked on for this amount of time and it's got this audience behind it, well, yeah, I guess like I'm doing everything right at that point. So I need to be, I'm saying this stuff because if I don't say it, I'm actually really liable to like self-sabotaging. Like it's really hard for me to accept that things are going well, because it doesn't feel like that when you're sitting in your room for 8 years straight and you're just working away at something. Like you don't get opportunities to feel success. So I'm really trying to like get better at not bragging, but like selling a little bit. In Australia, we just culturally don't do that very well. And in other countries, they're much more comfortable with, you know, pitching themselves and like speaking confidently about like what they're doing and where they're going and getting other people excited. I need to be able to do that for this game. Yeah, I think those are 3. Hey, you said 2 core things. You snuck a 3rd one in. But I agree. Yeah. I think I mean, I said this 20 minutes ago. I think that action adventure was a bad choice. I think I really could have gone for something a lot simpler and could have been done in 3 years. I think most people should stick to game that's got fewer genre values. Like make something that you're passionate about that you can build. Hey, Javator, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Thank you. Hey, Cloud Ryan. How long has it been? For me, about as long as Duke Nukem Forever. About that long. Hey, that game came out, so came out eventually. I remember sitting there looking at, like, I can't remember which magazine it was, Game Informer or something. Game Informer? There was some magazine. Is that even I can't remember now, it's been so long. Which things were magazines? Not Game Informer. Was it? No, it was like, what's the one? Oh, it was a magazine. I just remember the story that was Duke Nukem Forever. It was kind of unheard of, but it's really not that weird now for a game to take like 7-8 years. Like back then, that was like, oh my god. It might have been, what was it? Was it even like maybe 12 by the end of it? But like, lots of games take 8 or 9 years. That's like becoming extremely common. Oh, thank you, Mikanel, for gifting that sub. Yeah, like I was doing a little bit of pitch deck work recently, and I was looking at some of these games that are in the same genre as Insignia, and I was like, this game took 10 years. This game has been in a constant development. They've made so many updates and whatever for how many years. This game took, I think, 4, but this game took 10. It's like Hollow Knight came out in 2017. Silk Song was supposed to be DLC. It's now 8 years later. Like, games can just take a long time. Like, that just, when you make, I think it's action adventure. I think that's the issue. It's just when you give the player space to explore, and you want to tell a good story, and you want to give them a progression system to work through that has mechanical depth to it, that gates progress. That's just like, you're gonna find yourself in design, these loops of design, because whenever you change something, it changes something else. You change the plot, it changes the space that you explore within. You change the space you explore within, it changes the kinds of actions you can do in that space. The play experience of how do you get the player onboarded onto the system? How do you tell a good story while they're being onboarded? How do you create those dramatic contours where you're trying to give them, you're trying to let them get into flow states, and then you're trying to bring it in tight and tell them a good story. Yeah. Expensive and takes time to build. Yeah. Thank you so much, Chava. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm cursed a little bit because I don't just want to make games. I want to make this game. I'm obsessed with this thing. This, what feels like development hell bait. It feels like, oh, like you're definitely going to get into dev hell if you do this. This is like my jam. Like, I love this stuff. And I love, not because I'm a UX designer by trade. Like, my background is in building things that make things easier to do. So for me, it's like, what should a game engine toolkit have in it? And all the tools that I've built around Insignia are like for this purpose. It's like, how do you build a world that's easy to rearrange? How do you build a story that's easy to tell and easy to modulate? And how do you make this stuff not hell? I love it. I have spent 10 years doing it. I'm obsessed with it. If I didn't love it, I wouldn't be doing it. Anyway, but that's for me to do. Everyone else shouldn't be doing that. Everyone else should be just making things that allow them to have a social life and, you know, explore their creativity and be comfortable. You should all aim to be comfortable. Don't be me. Don't kill yourself trying to solve the unsolved problems. I'm going to take a break and just sit in these feelings a little bit because I feel really good today. And then I'm going to drive for about 2 hours on problem solving and development. I'm just going to build stuff for 2 hours, okay? See you in a bit. Thanks, George. Don't be a stranger. Anyway, I'm back. I cannot believe that just happened. I was like really sitting there feeling myself, just being like, this is great. I'm making a game, and then friggin' George Broussard shows up. Like, what the hell? Like actual like like the man who like literally directed the game that like I spent years playing that game with my dad, like in like the friggin' 90s. Like what the hell? What just happened? I feel kind of traumatized. I probably played it off really cool, but like, what the fuck? Like, that's like not in a million years. What just happened to me? How does he know who I am? I hope he's not still watching. Jesus. That's the man who directed the Duke Nukem series. He was just in my chat. Holy moly. Mikanel, please. Please. Anyway, I'm going to play this one more time. I'm just going to run through this a little bit. Up. More, please. Oh, not in this scene, I guess. Okay. Damn. Oh, man. What a special thing. I fooled you that I was keeping it together. On the inside, I was fangirling the whole time. I was like, the record scratch. You know what else? I was a little concerned. It would. Let me just see what we can do here. I mean, we could definitely wait. It's oh, wait, no, it's not in the scene. Now it is. Am I in the right? I think I'm in the right. Yeah. All right. Okay. I can't get swept up in it. I got work to do, so let's do it. I said I would focus, so let's knuckle down. Final shot. Whole walls. Oh yeah. Oh god, I got so much stuff to do today. Yeah. It's my theme. I wrote that theme. And it's still the same. That was one of the tracks. I was like, can we please keep this? Because I like it so much. All right, come on, let's go. Let's do some stuff. Yeah. Do a playthrough catalog missing sound effects for LES. I'm working on right now. I need to be working on the continuity of the game. I think right now we're in a pretty good spot where you can get from here to here to here. You can do all of this. You can come down here, do that. You can talk to him. You can come back. You can teleport to there. You go back to here. You run through. go through up there. That's all working. That's all good. This still works. You can come down here, you enter here, this happens, you do this, you come over here, that works. You come through here, this all works now. This is no good from here. But I've got Luca working on this. So realistically, the next thing is, it's really the mechanism doesn't make any sense. That's just not in the game right now. So I'm just going to do a quick chapter title button press here. We're working on game scenario. I really don't know a better word for that, but that's the word I use. So this guy here does not show up until, he should not show up unless there's no quest toggle on him. So is he right there? No, he shouldn't be there yet. Okay. So what we're going to do is, what the heck? Play some scene music, radio stuff. That's too loud. Okay, much better. No paint diagrams, we're doing dev. So he needs a quest toggle. And in order to exist, that's not the right one. Let's say this, but I did have a cutscene that was trying to play here. And this is called Seeing Orenstead Bridge Mechanism Flag. So these two scenes are basically using the same logic here. He shouldn't appear here until we've, I guess that is the flag, but this is the cutscene, right? No, this is Spies Hunden. Okay, sure. So when I run into this scene and we hit this, he shouldn't be there. Good. Okay. Now, there's an issue here in that I've got this idea of bridge mechanism shows up like twice, this MacGuffin, and we don't actually have we don't have the mechanism, but also there's supposed to be like a switch or something in the next scene over here that these are talking over. And it's a little bit it's basically that I wanted Armin to know where he needed to go. I wanted him to say, hey, I can't get up there, but I need to get up here. Then detour down into this space, do all this stuff, then come to here and say, oh, hey, like, now I know that, I guess it might be hard for the player to comprehend that this is here, like, that this is so close. And I was hoping to have some bridge stuff be here. So it's almost like this is like a control room for the bridge mechanism, like a release switch. Because I think it's really important that you have some sort of visibility. Maybe we change this scene to have this tile set again. It's possible. It's just that this is so vertical that it doesn't really make a lot of sense. But it works. It works. Because the point here is to remind the player, based on what they're looking at, that what their goals are. So if you've been here and you're seeing all this stuff, and then you go here and you're in the same tile set, after having been down here, it's like, oh, we're back. We're not deeper. We're back. or at least we must be close. And that's going to help keep their attention throughout this next sequence. As they go down again, they're like, okay, but we got to get back to that place, which is near this place, which is connected to where we need to go. So I don't want to pull the tension too hard and have them fall off. In any case, so this guy doesn't exist in this scene now until after you've done that. And we need some sort of a mechanism here, which we have here. But it's all gone. Where did all the bits go? Did I just... Oh, there were way more. Where did all my medium gears go? Oh, no, these are the medium gears. Small gears? I don't know. I had more gears. I know I had more stuff here. Weird. Okay. Well. It feels like that was always going to sit like here or something. And then maybe like another one like here. What's great about these is that they just kind of work. This shouldn't be driving that, but it's all right. I'll need some like wooden bits. We could try 2 different maps for the upper and lower half. Oh, potentially, as in like have this. Oh, we were talking about that here, weren't we? Having the bottom half be the grey and the top half being the green, and then the same here. We could have the top half green, bottom half grey. Maybe that actually works quite well if we do it right. They aren't connected, so there's no reason they couldn't be. I could see it. Yeah, why not? Do you want to try prototyping that? Oh, I'm getting a phone call from my wife. I'll be right back. What has happened? Hello? Jonathan Blow has rated. The creator of Jai? Hey, what's going on, everyone? What's good? The Jai? Sorry, I got a call from my wife. She's having a terrible day. I feel really bad. I feel torn a little bit. Yeah, I feel bad coming back. She's a lawyer. She's just in this like absolutely screwed up position right now. Where like she has a temporary position filling in for someone on maternity leave. This is her first role as a lawyer. And in her team, her boss right now is also stepping into this new position from a different position. And so this boss doesn't know her very well and has been like really like, what's the word? Just like, you know, when someone doesn't trust you to do your job and they just grind away at you, and the more that they do that, the harder it is to do your job. So it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. She's getting micromanaged right now. And her job is hard enough as it is because she's a public defender. So like she gets random people off the street who are in like terrible life circumstances, oftentimes not, you know, of sound mind, in, you know, bad socioeconomic situations. Like they're just not okay. And she's like, you know, first responder for a lot of this stuff. And then she's being micromanaged. And she's in court, like, you know, she's doing a hard job, and she just called me in tears. So like, she's coming home now, but like, I feel terrible for her. She's concerned she's not going to get her contract renewed, which is really, it's so, she's in such a hard stage in her life right now because she worked so hard to get here, and she's starting to like really hate the work. And I don't want her to feel like she's not good enough to do that job, because she was like literally one of the top students in her university, like by a wide margin. She's incredibly hardworking. She's very smart. She's a good person. She's good-natured. She deserves to be there. And the fact that she's not being seen is like, it feels like such an injustice. It feels so bad. And there's like, I want to be there for her, but there's only so much I'm really able to say in the situation. Like, I can't tell her like, you're doing a great job. Like, I can tell her that, but like, that doesn't mean much to her. You know, like I can say like, I'm so sorry this is happening. And at the end of the day, the only way she's ever going to feel comfortable in that job is if someone at that job tells her like, you are being, talking about my wife. Yeah. The only way she's going to feel good about it is if someone tells her like, either someone more senior than her boss says your boss is not doing it right, or if the boss says, sorry, I've been micromanaging you. And she takes things really like, really, really hard. This is like, yeah, I feel really bad for her. She'll be home soon. I think I might jump off the stream just to be with her a little. Yeah. I mean, she's not home yet, so we can work for a little bit. I was gonna like charge through the next 2 hours of work, but man, I got so much to do. Oh man. Yeah, exactly, Samuel. Yeah. It's the perfect storm for imposter syndrome, and she's got massive imposter syndrome about this stuff. Like, she's a perfectionist. She works really hard. She needs positive validation that she's doing a good job because she's new in the job, and she's getting the opposite. Every now and again, someone will slip her some really positive feedback. People who aren't related to her job will say, I saw you do that job and you did such a good job. Like, how did you get that result for that client? Stuff like that. But because this person is her boss, when they're watching, it's like harder for her to perform. It's a terrible situation. I've been in it sort of a little bit before. I don't perform well like that either. So I just feel terrible for her. Anyway, how do I do my job right now? We were doing mechanism stuff, bridge stuff. So, you know, as with most things in my game, this kind of thing is, I'd love to go back and redo these assets because they just feel like they're not that suitable. For now, they are okay for what they're doing. I just need to dress them up a little bit. They'll be fine for prototyping purposes though. It's no big deal. I'm just gonna make these a little bit more. They're really just vestigial for now. Do I have a gear small? I'm pretty sure I did have a gear small. But I can't imagine how small the small one would be. It is, okay. Okay, so if we play this cutscene. There, that works now. Now he knows what he's talking about. That must be the bridge mechanism all the way up there. Override switch. I think it would be better if for now, if he said for now the only way is down. Comma. So, well, for now the only way is down, so, and then give it back to the player. Doesn't she know she's doing a good job? No, she doesn't know she's doing a good job. She doesn't know that. She's too new. Ask George Prasad. I didn't have the heart to tell her that I just met George Prasad. I'll tell her that later when she's feeling a bit better. Maybe I should have told her and she would have felt better. I'll tell her later. Yeah, this is the thing. Like I'm 33 and she's also 33, but she only just went through university. Like she's quite new in her career. So she's gone through with a bit of imposter syndrome to begin with because she's gone through university as a mature age student. She hasn't had, it's been hard for her, you know, to get here in her life. So now that she's here, she's felt like she's had to fight for it the whole way. Hey, Spaghetti Sky. I was about to say, hey, like you're not playing the current version of the game, but the WASD is for me and the generation that my game comes from. it doesn't. It's what's the word? It's not in line with. How do I put this? It's only recently that games it's only recently that 2D games have had WASD for side-scrolling movement. Oh, your arrow keys are small. Well, you can reconfigure them. If you go to settings, you hit the enter key, and then go to keyboard controls or controls, settings, controls, keyboard. You'll be able to repoint them. It's not the best menu for repointing the controls, but you can do it. Or if you have a controller, plug in the controller. That's better. Yeah, for me, the problem is that I'm using like, let me show you. So in my game, you use, I mean, this is a bad example, but so this is movement. On my keyboard, obviously, they don't look like that. On my keyboard, they look like this. I understand not everyone has the same access. So by default, you know, it's up, down, left, right. And then to map to the buttons that would be face buttons on a controller, it's jump, attack, roll, special. And these are mapping to the 4 face buttons on a controller. And then this is left shoulder and this is right shoulder. So that's technically how it's set up. The other way you can I've been experimenting with is having shift and control be the left and right shoulder. So this is Figma, Figma. So the ZXC thing is actually super common in 2D platformers on PC from like the 90s or whatever. I think. I mean, this is how I learned how to play games. So on PC at least. So for me, that's how it always has been. But what it also means is that because these rows are taken up, I can't do WASD. So if you want to do WASD, you'd have to free up the ASD. I know lots of people like to do WASD IJKL. I know that's super common, and I will support. I'll have keyboard shortcut templates. When the game comes out, you'll be able to do whatever makes you comfortable. It doesn't really matter. But the default has always been arrow keys. I'm pretty I like, what's the word? I think that my way's better, but anyway. How old are you, Slider? Yeah, I feel like WASD is a very Terraria thing. When did, because WASD is first person controls. That's for playing FPS games, you know, where W is forward, but movement on these 3 fingers feels weird to me. My left hand's pinky ring movement on a 2D plane. I get middle finger W and I'm moving around with the mouse. That's fine. But I don't, that's not how I think. That's not how my brain works. I guess it's just, you know. Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense if your game... Do you know why I think it makes sense for a 2D game? It only makes sense for a 2D game if your 2D game has a mouse cursor. To me, then my brain, it works, especially top down. Like Stardew Valley, if you're playing, to me, that's like, oh yeah, fine. Where it's like, I'm literally moving up, down, left, and right with WASD, and then my cursor is like clicking on things. Okay. Yeah. Now we're in like some version of like what the FPS mappings are, where I'm using my left hand and right hand to do stuff. Minecraft with a different perspective. Yeah. That clicks in my brain and I go into, it's totally valid. But side scrolling alone, it doesn't work for me. It really bothers me. Because that's the other thing, is W jump? Because I want to hit spacebar for jump if I'm in that space. Like if I'm playing Counter-Strike or some other FPS game, space is jump. So is it A, D, and space? You know? Like W is jump? That's where it starts screwing with my brain. All right. I got to think about how I'm supposed to be working right now. I'm so distracted. This totally broke my day the last hour and a half. Oh, W is up. Yeah. So in Insignia, it's almost the same. It's just shifted down by one row on the keyboard. So in Insignia, S is the interact key, but that's because it's sitting right above everything else. I guess, like, look, I mean, I could make ASD. That's what Momodora was, exactly like Insignia, but one row up. So like ASD was jump, attack, roll, or whatever. And in Insignia, it's ZXC. But ZXC as a control scheme, it is, I mean, it's quite common. Yeah, Spelunky, Hollow Knight, Celeste. Like, these are, is that what the defaults are? Like this is the space Insignia lives in, you know, this Metroidvania space where arrows and ZXC is like super common. In fact, is Rogue Legacy? I might be wrong here. ZX, yeah. Yeah, it's just baked into my brain that way. So let's actually get some more movement here. I guess we could just jump straight over to the Athenium scene. I could start thinking about what the actual... Oh, I wanted to do a little bit of graphics. That might be something I can actually do while I'm talking. I'm just not in code mode anymore. The steam got knocked out of my brain. I had all this vim and vigor. And it just went just now. Between George Broussard jumping into my stream to my wife calling me in tears, I just cannot focus. To getting raided by Jonathan Blow. What a day. Huh? What a day we're having. All right. God, I love this bookcase. I'm deeply in love with the work that I'm doing on this stuff. I just need, what I was going to consider doing was tinting up all of these colors. I'm very happy with this stuff, but I'm just thinking Might be better. What is this color? Okay. Missed one. There. Just to tint it all up by 1. That's too bright. Let's see. This could all just be not worth it, but I really wanted to see how much it pops the background off a little bit more. Yeah, for sure. I like it. I like it. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm happy with it. I just want a little bit more separation. This color here and this color here, these can go like this. I have these characters, these books that are so bright. They don't really like fit in anymore. That kind of works. They're like decoy books that are actually moths. I need to fix the condition for what makes them attack you. I think it should be like maybe something around them being like I think maybe right now it's just a proximity check, but it can be better than that. Let's have a look. Oof, this is some really old code. Yeah, this sucks. Let's fix it. Let's give it a target awareness. And then make its vision distance like 1. And then rather than have this code, we could just get rid of this. Although a better way to do it would be if we're patrolling and we're facing armored. Patrolling? Oh god, this is such bad code. This is old. It's like one of the first scripts I ever wrote. 2 armored, return. 2 armored is not null. If we can see something, then fly. Else. So this is all literally just one. It's literally just one if statement. You could replace all of this with if target awareness dot can see target and well if state is not fly and now I don't know how that's going to work. What is state here? When we set state, okay, again, really bad code. My state, okay, sure, whatever. This character doesn't use my behavior state system. It's that old. So I could literally do this. Done. 2 lines. That's it. Just like that. Man, it feels good to delete code. It feels so good. Oh, geez. Let's make them a little bit less conspicuous. Okay, they do play the hide animation, which means we need to go to where such old files, man. Oof. That's too bright. I really love these colors for pages, but I don't think I can keep them. I mean, I could keep them. There's nothing stopping me. But instead, I might just... use the skin tones instead. It does feel a little fleshy, but maybe because it's a moth, maybe it should be a little fleshy. It's just a little bit of a hot color. Like there's too much like red in it to be paper. So actually, I'm just going to take it back and let this be it. That's fine. But then this frame, I'm actually going to make it darker. I'm going to go down one more color on all of these. Like it's in the shadow. And then this is going to break all the animations, so I'm going to save it as a different. This is going to take a second. Okay. And then because these are already tagged, I should be able to then just go like this, 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 this. And then go sprite editor. And then hopefully just, yeah, dead center should be fine. How many frames we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Weird. Okay. Adam can't count. Okay. So now let's go back to Retrobox. And then... this is idle. And then launch is the same as cast, I think. way, which is called flap. It's a good 4-frame animation. That's a really good one. Some of my old work is pretty good. Like, I'm no problems with it, you know? And then flip is this one. There are a few in there that I really cooked, you know, 2018 or whatever. And I aspire to be like that guy who did that work. Now, why does this say there are 8 frames? I think we held on one more, maybe. 0, 1, 2. If I duplicate it, and then just remove this one, maybe that's okay. The hitboxes are off, which means I must have done something wrong, but it's okay. It seems like it should be fine. Are there already, how many frames we got? 1, 2, 3. I said 8 before, right? So that's already done. Okay. Yeah, that's much better. Sick. Now, I also want to have some bookcases have books in them that where the moths would be, but they're not. So like, in this case, like this could be a book that's facing us. Not like that though. How did I do it? Why don't I just literally copy paste? But I'll make it green. Maybe that's a little much. I should have variations. I should have 3 or 4 different kinds of book. I mean, I do have the capacity to do that. I just haven't done it. It's like plankton. The Krabby Patty formula. It's not supposed to be like so well hidden that you could never figure it out. It's just, I mean, even if it's painfully obvious, that's okay. I kind of just like the idea of it being like, maybe I'll do like one more. Oh, I love this foreground parallax. Hell yeah. Oof. The aerial combo. Should I make it so that you can destroy these books? You just have them like crumble under you. Because I got like leaves and like piles of leaves, and you can get those. You can attack those. All right. Oh, you're lucky I hit that mute button, or else you would have been sneezed in. I would have sneezed right in here. That was a close call, pals. You almost got the full force. Hey. Thank you so much. Welcome. Hey, Universal. Yeah, I feel like these open hallways they're not what I want for this space. Oops. It's going to be really hard to make this feel the same way that the other one felt, the previous version, because the previous version was so locked. The camera was so locked, it felt kind of claustrophobic. Also, the y-axis of the camera never went below a certain point. So I can try to emulate that by doing this. And then keeping the bottom edge active. That's too high. Whoops. That's better. The higher up you go, the better it feels, I think. Because it's more looking at the space. And I also think we could do something interesting with the camera, where we have a zone camera, zone theory, and we start zoomed in here. So we're kind of like looking at this, and then as we leave that space, we pull out. And maybe even having the main camera. It's a little bit wibbly wobbly, but we'll get there. That's a big jump from 1.35 to 2.7. That's huge. To 1.8. We could kill this one and only pull out. I don't think we want to pull out much at all. I think we want to stay kind of locked in. What's the next number up? I can't tell. 1.35 to 1.8 to 2.7. Is there anything in the middle? 720p has 1280 by 720 divided by 2 is 3.5. 640 by 360. 360 times 2 is 720. So 360 times... 360 plus 180 would give you 540 divided by 2 is 2.7, which is where we are. So, yeah, we're there. I feel like we need to knock the books back or bring the timber forward. I feel like our atmosphere is not strong enough here. We can do this, which really knocks it right back. It kills all the contrast. We can kind of pull it a little bit. It's probably still not enough. After brightening up the background. Hey, Twisted Dragon. How does that work? If you've got a small game, something on itch or a really small Steam game, basically what happens is like I'll dedicate 25 minutes, half an hour playing your game and giving you tips on what I just feedback basically on what I think about it. I think, pals, I'm going to end the stream here. I'm just not feeling it right now. But I really appreciate you all being here. I'm so proud and grateful to have so many viewers on Twitch and on YouTube. We've had so many interesting people intersect with the stream today. Jonathan Blow George Broussard. We had all my team be on the stream at some point. I've got a lot of work to do tonight, so I should probably get to it a bit later, but I need to think about dinner now and spending some time with my wife, who's had a hard day, I'm sure. So, pals, thank you so much. If you like my content, those of you on Twitch, you can go check out my YouTube channel, become a patron at patreon.com/AdamCEunice, and that's something that you can do as well from YouTube as well. And that helps support what I'm doing and helps me fund the game. So your support is super appreciated. Hey, Dave Andrew. Oh, thank you so much. Thanks, Dave. All right. I'm going to head off. Let's find someone to raid on Twitch because we've got so many people there. So we can go and make sure we are supporting the community as we like to do. I like Ryan Art. I don't know who Crutchcorn is. I love Booyah Grandma, but we've supported him very recently. I think Sninko Games, Locating Echoes Dev, part 118 with only 4 viewers. Let's do it. This isn't ordered in the way that I would do it, but I'm glad that we found his channel because I think we're going to go and raid him right now. Okay, pals. I like to support anybody who's got a camera on and who's working on a game. To me, that's like the hard stuff. All right, pals. Thank you so much. I hope you had a lovely day. I will see you all tomorrow. We'll do more. It's Friday. Friday's going to be a little bit shorter of a stream, but hey, I'm not going anywhere. So that's it. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.